Okay, we're just gonna do a quick test to make sure I can be heard. Alright, cool. Cool. Neato burrito. Hey there, folks. Coin stamp here. And it appears that this thing is frozen again. Hope that's not a sign of the card giving out. Greetings, folks. Coin stamp here, or swirling vortex, or Steven. Hang on. Let's try that again when people can see me. I will have to tweak that with Senator Gideon. I'll explain that momentarily. But welcome to another session of Elden Ring Reforged Dab FSO. That's Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only routing. How's everyone doing? I'm doing okay. I just made my cup of coffee. I ended up getting held up a bit by dinner assessments. I was asked how dinner was. Where I said that the potato salad was probably the best thing on the entire, not that the corn on the cob or, the baked beans weren't good, just the potato salad was the best thing on there, and the ribs were a tad tough. Let me attempt to get me more or less directly into the camera. If I need to, I'll reposition the light so it's not, it's not right on the screen. But, welcome. Before we begin, I have some bookkeeping and business updates I need to tell you guys. So, first, if you are not aware of what we do here, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It is an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged. Kirnifr spearheads most things, but Evidian does a good job of delegating and working on side projects. We also have Hannah Love, Poe Concept, and Kavu that make up the rest of the team. They help with modeling, map testing, and so on. There are approximately 13,000 changes this mod makes to the base game. Way too many for me to spit out in one sitting, but some of them include deflecting attacks, perfect attacking, where you attack in a rhythm, ducking, where you can duck under certain hitboxes, or to shrink your hurt box is another way of putting it. Custom weapons, custom spells, new bosses. I think there's 8 now, counting the super boss at the end, Crucible Knight Hiernan, and quite a few others. Like I said, way too many to list. If you want to know more, use either exclamation point on Twitch or */*. Like you use either one of those. YouTube gets the asterisk, and then follow that with ERR, ERRW, or ERRD to get access to the mod page, wiki page, which is still being phased out, but I'm gonna keep using it until it actually has been phased out and the information on the new site is accurate. And the last one is for the Discord directly. Additionally, we're doing a Deathless fire spell, or Deathless all bosses, fire spells only, Deathless, I said Deathless already, Challenge run. Is the work in progress wiki currently up? Hey there, Chicken Warrior. Good to see ya. Glad you're here. Hope you enjoy your stay. It is not currently up, no. Or rather, it is, but it's so bare bones, I would rather not point people to it yet. That's probably a pretty good way of putting it. I need to check in with Evidian about that. They're the person that's supposedly in charge and like delegating that stuff. There are also some other people I can speak to about that, but I will speak to them. It just hasn't happened yet. The reason I'm on this Discord screen, by the way, because that is what's happening, is I have a new roles page, and I switched bots. So I was using Me6 for a while, MEE6. It was a decent bot for getting started, but lots of things are behind paywall now with Me6. Perhaps understandably so, perhaps not. Depends on which fence you sit on. But I switched to Carlbot, and I have named my lovely Carlbot Senator Gideon. He is considered the head bot over all other bots, and pretty much any other role that isn't me. I have Senator Gideon set up to automatically onboard people at a default rank, and then they can take certain modifiers to their roles so that they may be gendered appropriately if they want to be gendered. Or he is the exactly. What platform people prefer to be on, I will add Trovo when the time is right. And lastly, if anybody has like a paid role, in other words, they've paid for either Twitch Prime Gaming, or they've paid on Patreon, I want to give them the benefits of the Discord that they deserve. A lot of those include seeing things ahead of time. Not so much the live streams, that's more of a schedule thing. But if like with the visual installation guide for Elden Ring Reforged, I might put that on the Discord, or provide a link to it on the Discord privately first before I air it. Also so I can get input on it, things like that. But outside of that, that's really about the only major change to the Discord. I'm working with Carlbot to get a bunch of the basic commands set up and everything, and for the most part it has commands baked into it already. You just need to type in a / and you get a whole bunch of them. That's really about it. So no more do people have to ask me for a role, or come to me after they've joined the Discord. They can just join, they'll have the basic privileges. It's all taken care of, as it already should have been for a long time. So if anybody was holding back on the Discord for whatever reason, please consider joining if you're at least following. It's free. Enough shilling about that. Just get the correct... let me get the correct page and we can get started. For those that want to know the challenge run commands, you can type in ! or *CR to get most of them, if not all of them. If you want to know... about the... Sorry, there we go. That's what I wanted. Nobody likes bright default mode Google Docs. I try to make sure that this is on dark mode whenever possible. I apparently forgot all about it. My bad. But light mode is heresy, yes. And you know, Google of all companies should be aware of this. And they should totally have had a dark mode already. It is shameful that we have to get third-party plugins for this to happen. It really is. I use Opera GX as my browser of choice, but I do have to go through one or two other steps for plugins. But even on Google Chrome, you know, you still would have to go through a couple steps for plugins. Opera Bros, exactly. I like the fact that I can suppress GPU space if I want it to, or you know, I can have the landing page set up with all the sites that I want to use in a nice condensed format. Opera's really good. There have been some people who've taken sponsorships lately because it's that good. But the reason I'm on this page at all is if you guys want to know the route notes that I'm using, you can type in !DRoute. That's all lowercase, exactly as you think, the letter D followed by route, like Route 44, Sweet Tea. You can type that into the chat on Twitch. For YouTube, you just replace that with a star, and you get access to the hyperlink. You should have viewing privileges for this document, so you could read all 12 pages. Based on everything I have so far, my prediction for a page count's becoming 18 instead of 15, but that's fine. We'll have a chance to clean up all the notes at some point when we're done with the actual run itself. Now, we got business to do. We spent all night on Rykard. We killed him. He has the highest number of deaths for our run at 45 and 8. So Rykard and his, you know, phase 1 have taken 53 deaths from us. So he is by far the biggest, like, stumbling block that we had to deal with. Of course, we're going from one stumbling block into another. So one of the things I did when I was, you know, out from my from visiting my uncle yesterday, when I came back home, I sat down with the guys on the Reforged Discord, and I said, I started asking questions about Crucible Knight Hiernan. He's the guardian of the 4 belfries, more or less. And it sounds like, oh, it's either spear or sword. What's so difficult about that? No, it's not that simple. First, Crucible Knight Hiernan it's not a model fusion, but it is a moveset fusion of both Crucible Knights. So, of both types of Crucible Knight. So you've got the Sword and Shield Crucible Knight, and you've got the Spear Crucible Knight. Hiernan gets the basic sword moveset, but uses the spear specials and can use all of the Crucible spells in Reforged as well. It is missing the shield, but as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't actually need a shield. It's going to be plenty hard on its own. Additionally, as a reminder, this is the belfries we're talking about. So they're cliffs, and you could get knocked off the cliff edge and die. So you have a really hard end-game scaled boss that has a moveset fusion of 2 different bosses in one. It's different than like the Godskin duo or the Crystallian trio, where all boss types are present at once. This is a real fusion of the thing. Now, there is a reason. I'm going to adjust my flasks back to where they were. The reason that I'm adjusting my spells like they are right now is that Crucible Knights are traditionally not very caster friendly. They are missing the shield, so I am going to prepare a ranged option just in case. It's gonna be really bare bones and basic. Why? Because Crucible Knights are very dodgy, and they tend not to give two flying shits about the spell you just cast. So, with that in mind, first we're gonna rest at the rest site. Interesting. So I thought for sure that when we killed Rykard, that we would see Tanith eating Rykard's corpse, but maybe that's not how it works. Or maybe I have to leave the area and come back. I need to see this for myself. And then afterwards, we're going to handle one bit of business before we tackle Hiernan. Hiernan is infamous on Reforged. He is one of the hardest Crucible Knights in existence. And Crucible Knights are not easy. The ones with the shields, straight up wall spellcasters, and phase 2, the phase 2, of the spear using Crucible Knights, if you're not adjusted to the timings on things, you will die. All right, Tanith, talk to me.
It's true then. No. I must thank you. Our Lord was yet weak. You have taught us that. Defeat is not the end. Our Lord is immortal, and will one day rise again. Stronger. Until then, I will leave the volcano. I suggest I will miss these. The champion who walks the tainted path shines all the more.
And I'll kill him in the next stage too.
This is perhaps we will.
All right, let's talk to some other people while we're here. Yeah, Rykard is a right bastard, and I'm pretty happy he's gone.
Now you've got you scheming little crimes. You make this nonsense seem. Perhaps a tarnished will be. But for now, the demigod beast is slain. A fine mess.
Rub his bald head for good luck.
Bye, my friend.
Rub. Hold on. I got an alert for this. Where is it? This is what I'm gonna say to you, Patches. Are you ready?
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
Oh. It would help if I were wearing the right headset. That's why I can hear the game so clearly. There we go. That's a bit better. Yes, Patches is very incompetent. And very shameless to boot. I have two headsets? Yes. One is hooked into the gaming computer. And this one is hooked into the streaming computer. One has a microphone, one doesn't. Streaming computer, or the streaming mic, I'm sorry, the streaming headset, does technically have a built-in microphone. I hate those things. This one I'm using right here. It's the Blue Yeti. Best streaming microphone there is outside of, I'd say only a handful of other sets. If you know how to make the sensitivity work, the Blue Yeti microphone is practically unparalleled. Oh, never mind. Carry on. No integrated microphone, please. Yes, they suck ass. They are awful.
So, I harbor you no ill will. Even he was prepared to meet a wretched end when. But any road, though we may yet fulfill, we hunted our own kind, and with everything in hand. Oh, great! I am am the recusant Bernal. We refuse to become your pawn. Oh, great, I am the recusant Bernal.
So what happened to Dialos? He was here earlier. Did he go? He must have gone somewhere. Not that I really care. We didn't do Raya's questline, and I'm certainly not about to start doing errant ones now, but I'm merely curious. Because we are definitely at the point of the game where I know nothing. Well, not nothing. I know of it. I know of this section of the game, but only what I've seen and watched. I have not actually gone through Lanedell. I have not gone through the sewers. I have not gone through the snow top, the mountaintop of the fire giants, or the consecrated snowfield. And let us learn together. Agreed. Agreed. So first things first. So we have 3 choices. There's only one of these that's actually worth taking, or one that we would consider taking, and that would be Rykard's Rancor. It is a sorcery, a magma sorcery, and if you guys will recall, Phase 2 Rykard, one of the things he does is he spits out a flaming skull from his mouth. That it's not the big ones that come following you, it's the one that lasts an incredibly long time. This is that move in spell form. If we were third thing, yes, Starlight tokens. So we can get, for 10,000 runes, we can get 2 Starlight tokens. You need Starlight tokens to buy things from the Altar of Anticipation. For example, we find the spell. We should not have Blood Boon yet. That you find this in the Dynasty Palace, Mogwin's Palace. We can turn into Chuck E. Cheese tokens at the counter. Basically, you take 2 of them. You come over to the Altar of Chapel of Anticipation. If you have at least 3, I want to say 3 or 4 pieces, or 4 Starlight tokens, you can get a piece of armor. That said, when you decide, or I'm sorry, let me back up and try that again. Get 10,000 and win a console. You wouldn't have happened to have won a console through 10,000 Chuck E. Cheese tokens, did you, Chicken Warrior? Don't care, merely curious. No judgment here. Right. I was looking for Starlight tokens. We actually do not possess any. Yes, so 2, no, was never that skilled. Me neither. The most I got was like maybe a couple hundred of them. I never was there long enough to get any reasonable prize there. It was mostly trinkets. Small things I could care less. You always did the one game you couldn't rig? Remind me what that is. Skee ball? Yeah, that is true. It's skill. You either know how to play skee ball or you don't. I was never that skilled at skee ball. I was always I was always the spider stomp guy. Got pretty good at it, I can imagine. Yeah, and I know the machine games are rigged, but that was the one I could do. Okay, so we actually are not interested in the Starlight tokens whatsoever. So we're going to pop this Remembrance and get some runes out of it. As soon as I can find it. If I was going to get tickets, it was going to be because you earn them. Completely fair. Do we have enough for a level up? We do. Good. Yeah, believe it or not, even after the stat readjustments, we still have room to get our arcane back up to 99. Because I definitely do want it at the hard cap, because we did lose 9 points of spell scaling in order to take down Rykard. And that left a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah. Chuck E. Cheese's was pretty nice for the time that I was able to go there as like a 9, 10, 11-year-old kid, but after that it kind of became like, oh, really? Why not just take us to the skating rink or something? It's not like the food was that great either. I mean, the pizza was nice, but you either went there for the you didn't even really go there for like the Chucky theater. You either went there for the games or you went there for like what little food they had, and it was not that much. Now we have the modern day version of that, only without the mascot. That's Dave and Buster's. And the food is actually quite good, but it is a bit overpriced. All right, let's go find Crucible Knight Kiernan. We got some attempts to make. We got to figure out how hard this boss is. You could get an emulator and some Little Caesars and have the at-home experience. Can we play at Chuck E. Cheese's, Dad? No, son. We have Chuck E. Cheese's at home. Chuck E. Cheese's at home. The emulator that you downloaded a year ago, the boxes of leftover Little Caesars, and your bedroom, or wherever you played console games at. For me, it eventually would end up being my bedroom, and then later, this very office. All right, so let's figure out which one of these belfries actually has the portal to Kiernan, shall we? Oh, and you know what I just realized? I have zero clue. Oh, you know what? I think I might have a clue. We're gonna defeat Kiernan first, but I was kind of wondering about this Divine Tower. We weren't really able to do anything with it before. I wonder if Rykard's rune is redeemable there. This is the first time beating Rykard, so I'm not really sure what to do with the Great Rune. Well, I know what to do with it, just don't know where to take it, I guess is what I'm saying. That is the precipice of anticipation. Okay, and then this was what, the very first belfry? Crumbling Lands. We don't want to be here. So I think it's this middle one up here. Do we have the imbued stone sword key for it? We do. So we already needed all 3 stone sword keys anyway. I think this just makes it a certainty we need the 3rd one. Night Sky Unceasing. I'm really hoping I'm not about to step into a point of no return. Too late for regrets now, as they say. I've never actually taken this waygate, so this should be interesting. Oh, but you know what? If I think you fight Crucible Knight Kiernan on a bridge. I think you do fight him on a bridge, and I think, yep, you see this guy down here? I want to be careful about just walking any old place. He's right there. Wish I had binocs to point him out to you. That's definitely new. Mm-hmm. Only question is, I don't know how they expect us to get here except by... Ah, that's how. They want us to drop down. Neat, I guess. Yeah, parkour before the boss? Say it isn't so. Oh, I think I... Oh god, I'm glad I did not die. But that is not a good flask deficit to be having for Hirnan at all. My ankles are only slightly broken. This is fine. Hey, Niv. Yes, I forgot to mention at the start of stream again. I have some chatbots here with me. I have Seribot and Kumabot Defender. They help against, like, actual real bots. Not that a Niv isn't a real bot, but I asked a Niv to be here. I do not ask, you know, people like Great Deals 157 to be part of the stream. Cat? Who's Cat? Yeah, I have no idea who Cat is at all. I can't even think a little bit who that might be. This is a Niv. Hi, a Niv. A Niv is a Markov chain algorithm AI chatbot, and they learned from the Super Metroid speedrunning community for the most part for things that they say. So if your chat is emote spam heavy, it will learn from that and attempt to use emotes in your channel. If you give it a sub, it will be able to use your subbed emotes. You could do that. If you have commands and your chat likes to spam a bunch of commands, guess what? A Niv is very likely to try to do that himself. I like how we either have to assign it pronouns or call it an it. I'm unsure on how to address a Niv, because a Niv is an it. It's a chatbot, right? Like, it's ungendered. But I feel icky for not at least attempting to assign a Niv some sentience, even if it doesn't deserve it and is not sentient whatsoever. At least for the time being. Now, if Markov chain algorithm AI bots do become sentient, then maybe I'll wish that I had been less flippant about a Niv. So I guess here's a question that I can ask before we begin this very arduous fight, and I use the commands and everything. Do you guys gender your AI chatbots or AI assistants? Or do you refer to the thing as either the chatbot's actual name or call it an it? Right, I guess right answers only? I don't know. I usually don't gender the AI chatbots. If I do, it's because I'm testing stuff on average. Like one day, I think I remembered playing around with ChatGPT 3.0, and you know, I was testing its ability to respond to various aliases and names, and I gave it the name Max, and it went by Max the whole time. When the time comes when they're sentient, I will accept whatever it wishes to be called, name or pronouns. Agreed. I think we all need to remember our Mass Effect lore and not let ourselves turn into Quarians, because they did not respect their tools that they created, and they lost their planet as a result of that for a long time. And you really only get the small snippets of this in Mass Effect 3. You really only get to touch that lore in the last of the trilogy. I shall hold my morals toward people, even in an age where we are replaced increasingly by machines. I can respect that. For the most part, I like to think I'm not really that mercurial in my morals either, but I guess the AI has unmasked me slightly, and maybe it's only because it's an AI and not anything else. Now, this is the part where I showcase the command, because I haven't gotten the infographic made for it yet. Just did a demonstration for you. Obviously, I can't call you what you want to be called. If you don't have it listed anywhere, don't tell. Exactly. So, of course, there's going to be either some flip-flopping or some uncertainty. 9 times out of 10, if I know what a person's pronouns are, I don't really have a problem with them. But usually I defer to the name. I usually refer to people in either second person or I say their name. It's easier for me that way because I do screw up pronouns often, just by word of mouth. That's kind of the last thing I'll say. Make sure I'm equipped properly. And yes, I'll say hi, but I don't normally talk during bosses. I don't normally talk at people. Oh, you're just gonna turn around, are you? That's fine. So if I don't reply right away, it's definitely not that I want to ignore you or anything. Just I'm focused. I'm busy. So I'll reply meaningfully to comments after either I kill the boss or I die. One of those two things. Yes, he is standing there menacingly. Now let's fight this bloody menace for ourselves. Oh, we can use both. Okay. Really? Yeah, thought so. And that was me being stupid during that. I definitely should not be cycling through spells on that kind of fight. But that's good to know. I thought maybe he has like a third phase or something, but I was definitely under the impression that he was going to be using more spear specials. You know, it looks so awkward, the way he has his hand stiff like that. Like, bro, relax. Relax your arm if you're not using it. He does look a bit stiff. I'll give you that. But if stiff equals readable, then I don't have a problem with that. Maybe that's something that future modeling attempts might be able to smooth out. Put that thing away. From what I can tell, I want to say that this uses the base shield model. Okay, yeah, I definitely screwed that up. Nope, I should just stick to one spell. Yep. I just reflexively did not know what to do there. My right hand wanted to do one thing, and my left hand does something else. That's why I usually always have something in my left hand. Otherwise, it kind of just looks like a Lego arm, the way your character stands. Makes sense. And, you know, I do have something for deflecting. I think I could showcase this, even with my piddly little dagger. Also, I get the feeling we're going to be here all night. But I can showcase what Reforged sort of has you and wants to have in mind when you do Crucible Nights. I'll just showcase this a few times. I hope my blocking presses have given you a pretty good indication of what the Reforged experience really is, because so far I haven't really deflected anything. I don't know why I jumped through that. Okay, yep, I couldn't see what he was doing. Cool. And I drank when I probably should not have. So during that fight, I kind of specifically avoided attacking to showcase that I was tapping left bumper pretty fast right before the attack hit. And depending on what kind of basically what kind of parry window I entered, I either mitigated most of the damage, or if I timed it perfectly, I mitigated the full thing. I only lost a bit of stamina if I got it perfect. That is probably what the real run might look like, with bosses that I can actually deflect attacks on. Speaking of, I wanted to show this, and I just now remembered. So, I came up with, I actually sat down and first I copy pasted, and then I realized that the copy paste had a lot of formatting errors. So I literally retyped the hit list rules, and then I added a few things for Reforged specific rules. For example, wait, is dark mode not a default? You have to keep clicking something to change it? Okay, I don't know what just happened. So technically, I have a toggle active. That toggle is on. I have two separate dark mode apps, or extensions is what it really is. So it has to apply it first. All right, Aniv. And Oats isn't even here. Why are you? Don't be mad. Don't be mad. It's only never mind. Not even gonna complete that meme. And what buffs, Aniv? Aniv, would you calm your... Exactly. Aniv, would you like to set up seamless co-op and Reforged? Because then we could buff each other. That is totally something that could happen. But since you're a bot and aren't going to do that, shh. That probably took me about 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours to fully type out, because I had to think about not only like the team hitless rules, but I also had to think about what ways were Reforged going to skew those rules. So in traditional hitless terms, I would not be... You can parry something. It has to be a perfect parry, of course, but you can parry it. Perfect deflects, even if I moved. How much mine do I have? I haven't changed it. It's 40. Well, okay, I have 48 from gear, but I do... Oh, also I do not need fire resist. But Dragon Crest Shield should help out a little bit more with this. But my mind has not changed since the last time you've seen it. It's 40 base and with 8 points of gear to spare. Just curious, or it just looks like a lot due to the lack of health and stamina. Yeah, that's more or less it, really. I'm also using a different fortune, and the fortune has effects that subtract from stamina and from vigor, I think. Let me preview the fortune here. 50 vigor with 30 endurance and 30 to 40 mind. Yep. I'm going a little bit under on vigor on purpose. I'm a caster build. I don't think I need 50, but from what I've seen in the Reforged Discord, most people expect new players to have around 40 vigor at the end. You want about 20 when you hit Liurnia. You want around 28 or 30 when you hit Altus slash Kalè, and then you want to start gearing up toward 40. So by the time you hit either Lanedell, or you've already burned the Erd Tree, you have the 40 vigor you need, and you definitely want 40 for Fire Giant. Of course, I'm going to test that out and see if I can do it with less, because I think I can do it with less, but it'll be a lesson we learn together. Were stat requirements and levels changed significantly? Yes. So first, it doesn't look like it now, but most things... I'm sorry, let me try that again. First, there's a level cap. 200 is considered the rune level cap for new game. As in, I'm not allowed to level past 200. Once I hit it, that's it. The only thing I can do from that point past 200 is either reconfigure my stats, or we have these binding runes. We collect things to effectively go past the hard cap, and then later in New Game Plus, there's a specific binding rune, an ascended binding rune that you can get that will increase your level cap by 1 per binding rune you buy. That doesn't sound right to me. Usually you're 30 to 35 vigor by Liurnia and 40 in Altus. It's very possible I'm skew. It's definitely very possible. From the way I understand it, HP has effectively been adjusted, since we're specifically talking about vigor, right? You need fewer points of vigor to reach the same level of HP, so it's very possible that you wouldn't even have 2k health by the time you hit this point where we are now. Yeah, most stat breakpoints have been adjusted. With vigor, you get more per point, but the overall total is still the same. With endurance, you get less per point, generally speaking. It's still the same total, and the net totals have been adjusted a little bit, but most things are even if the numbers or scaling has gone down, the effective totals you have are still the same, if that makes any sense. For example, stamina should definitely not be 1,429. Most people probably have like 125 to like 130 points of stamina. These numerical changes are just to allow regen effects to be balanced more appropriately. It's hard. Dark Souls is very infamous about this, where stamina regen or FP regen is difficult to balance when you have hundreds or tens of points to work with, because you would often have fractional decimals. Fractional decimals. Coin, would you like to try that again? Yes, you would often have like tens or hundreds of a percentage point that you could balance with, and any mod in any Soulsborne like game ever cannot effectively balance whatever they want to do with health and stamina and so on. I know of very few people who go over 60 in any stats, so 83 arcane is just wild. You know, that's valid. That's valid, and that's just the breakpoints themselves. Pretty much most offensive breakpoints are at 80 instead of 60, like in this game or in the base game. Additionally, lots of weapons just have weird breakpoint formulas that have more or less been standardized now. Convergence does this too, by the way. Most of their breakpoint formulas are also standardized. They just use different numbers. And they don't have quite so many scaling breakpoints like Reforged does. With Reforged, you can have up to S++ in some instances on scaling, and you can have all the way to F on others. I don't know of any other mod that has as many finely tuned breakpoints as Reforged does. nobody touches those, what I will call effectively numerical spaghetti code in the background. I have taken a couple brief peeks. Damn, bro, got F on a weapon? Let me try to find one, actually. Yep, this one right here. And get a pointer so you guys know what I'm referencing here. Of course, you also kind of effectively. Okay, let's get the correct on-screen implement right there. I could just get my OBS icons to all effectively work. I would love this right now. E seems so much less aggressive as the minimum, but F, technically, if you want any kind of scaling on anything, you need at least 1 point. So things that have kind of exactly 1 point usually have an F on them. The catalysts are like are usually an example of this, but most things in this game, their base scaling is usually C or D. For example, if I go back and look at just a plain Jane great knife, even this one, the unupgraded thing has an E in strength. Trying to remember if there are any other things that have F scaling. I've done a few info cards for this for the Let's Play, but it's been a while since I've looked at them. But I know there are some ones in Reforged that do have F scaling. It's just a point designation more than anything. Yeah, and I think most of the Fs belong to weapon catalysts, which I guess makes some sense. Because most of their martial prowess has been tamed in order to make them able to cast spells. We're gonna try to rune arc for this one more time, just to have some extra stats. But if I don't get him this time, A, I'll probably be taking a break as I'm overdue for it. But B, I'll just make more attempts without the rune arcs next time. Let's get rid of that pointer. And let's give this one more go, shall we? At least before break time. Most other Crucible Knights don't strafe quite like Kirnifr does. Okay, you have a left-facing. Okay, he does switch. So there are percentages where these things start happening. Makes sense. Let me come back. I have a few notes I'm going to take on Kiernan so far. But it appears that 80% roughly is where the transition to phase 2 starts. And then 60% is when the spear specials start coming online. Also, I need to probably I need to pick one. I either need to pick O Flame or I need to pick Fireball or Flame Sling, because switching to both doesn't work. I'm guessing they're highly resistant to fire. If so, Rykard should be taking notes. Rykard should definitely be taking notes. Because if we look at the Tree Sentinel gear, for the most part, the set is pretty resistant to fire, if that is a good indication of it. I guess since we can't really rest here, there's no rest site or anything, we're gonna have to just head back to the belfries and warp back. Disgusting. Oh well, I presume we'll probably get a rest site after we defeat Kiernan. It's not like you're going to be attacked by anything standing here. Yeah, that's true. You're right about that, but I can't switch spells if we're not at a rest site. So, for those who've not been here before, unless he becomes sentient and walks over to stab you, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Kirnifr programmed something like that. I'm kidding. Kirnifr would probably never do that, and you would know ahead of time if you're walking into something like that. That said, for those who've not been here before, I take 5-minute breaks around here. I'm generally away from my desk. I go stretch. I go maybe swap out one drink for another, so on and so forth. So I'm going to do that stuff. And when we come back, I have a light bit of shilling I need to do. And we'll swap a spell and we'll get, we'll get more Kiernan attempts underway. And yes, Aniv, Xenoblade is quality. We've beaten 2 on this channel before. I got some highlights of the stuff when I was, back when I was playing Variety on the regular. Anyway, I'll see you guys after 5 minutes. Thank you so much for watching up to this point, and see you guys after this commercial break. I'm back. Sorry about that. I know we're a little bit early from break this time, actually. So, for those that don't currently have ads on their screen, which should be everybody at this point, you know, first, thank you for being here. You guys mean the world to me. Really, you do. Chat has helped me deal with some pretty rough days, or pretty rough weeks at lab sometimes. I'll keep bringing up the physics lab because it continued to be a sucky experience the whole time. But you guys helped me power through some of that. Of course, I still had to cry it out beforehand, but I definitely was able, once I started talking to, you know, the entirety of chat about it, I definitely felt better and felt more empowered to talk about it to other people. So you guys do mean the world to me. I mean that. Thanks to everybody for sticking with me so far. If you like the content and hadn't done so already, please consider following or subscribing on Twitch and YouTube, on Twitch and on YouTube respectively. Those are free ways to help support the channel. Additionally, after the stream is over, liking the VOD and sharing both the Twitch and YouTube channels are ways to help me out algorithmically, because I'm a super tiny channel and I have to work my literal ass off. Among other things, people who are 3 times my size or hundreds of times my size on both platforms, and I also have to compete with people who may or may not be botting up their channels, view botting, follow botting, because there are people who have fallen into those scams. It seems like, oh, every streamer's aware. No, some people aren't. And some people are aware and buy into the scams anyway. So, you know, I have to compete with them too. So anything you guys do as far as the free end is concerned, I'm extra appreciative for. Of course, being here is enough. You don't need to do that stuff, but I would like it if you did that stuff. I'm extra appreciative if you do that stuff. And all the benefits I have set up for if you follow, if you subscribe on Twitch, are all meant to kind of tie back into giving to you guys when you give to me, either through your company or through your wallet. I mean, there's no soft way to say that one, but whatever the case may be, I'm appreciative for people being here in general, and whatever you guys do to help spread the word is extra appreciative. That's about as much as I'm gonna say about that. You guys, I'll mention more about like benefits packages and subscriptions later. I know, it's like, streamer doing streamer things, streamer doing the shills, but every streamer does it. Every content creator has to do it. It's part of their business model. I wish I didn't have to, because then I just wouldn't, but I do. Same thing with the ads. I wish I didn't have to run them, and, you know, I'm paid peanuts, so I probably could get away with not doing that anyway. But, and I know, the ads are incentive for people to buy into Twitch Turbo pretty specifically. Not even so much the sub benefits, it's strictly for Twitch Turbo. It's designed to be a sucky experience, so that you give Daddy Bezos all your hard-earned money. I'm right there with you. I hate that. I think we're gonna go with Catch Flame here and just accept some DPS losses from not being able to cast during certain things. What was I gonna say? Right. Long story short, thank you guys for being here. Incredibly appreciative. I've done the shilling. We've swapped the spells. Let's get back to some hearing in attempts, shall we? It's certainly not going to get any easier just by us standing here, right? And it's this one over here. And for those of you that, or for anyone that might be complaining about the overlay, like, I want to see the game. Don't worry. When the run actually starts, and we don't have that many bosses, from here in, we have exactly 47 bosses left before... Why did I did not... Oh, I took the one for the chapel. Yuck. Gross. I didn't mean to do that. When the run actually starts, don't worry. I'm not gonna have the overlay on the screen because I want to be able for everybody to see everything that I'm doing and in maximal detail. And of course, I'll have to figure out where to put my webcam. Maybe I'll actually have a green screen for that. Maybe I'll just take my face out of the way and... You know, maybe the overlay is one of those things that comes on the screen when we're either taking breaks or that sort of thing. I don't know. What do you guys think? Or like the overlay? Dislike the overlay? You know, whatever. Doesn't really matter to you. I've had many people tell me, you know, it's kind of whatever. You have to do what works for you. Which... I'm not going to say isn't frustrating as a content creator, because content creators live by the opinions of other people, and we're told constantly to remember that. I just made the same mistake 5 times. Absolutely disgusting. Okay, we're going to take the long way around instead of trying to take shortcuts. And hopefully it'll be a non-problem. Okay, so I think I remember going across and this one being the precipice of anticipation. Yes. Okay, so that's not it. It's this one over here. Right? Yes. Night sky unceasing. Here's where we want to be. I knew falling down to the bottom was correct. I just didn't trust myself in my correctness. So instead, we had to FAFO to get it all straightened out. All right, maybe we can try a slightly better attempt at getting off the cliff, shall we? Okay, yes, here's the pillar right there. Jump off, and here we are at Kirnifr. Cool. And I realized we took our break 7 minutes into the hour, so I am going to try... we'll be taking a break a bit earlier than my normal standards, which is normally about 1 per hour. I'll try to take one at exactly 2 hours into the stream so that we can get back to our normal cycle. I have a routine. What can I say? I like that routine. Hopefully other people do as well. Or, you know, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't stick around. Hashtag not sponsored by Coke or Coca-Cola. Now, that said, let's try this again with no real spell cycling required. See everybody on the other side. Wish me GLs. Oh, I just realized I was supposed to take notes and never did. Yeah. That's fine. I wanted to take the notes anyway. Sorry about that, folks. I wanted to type that in. If you guys want to see the notes I just took, you can type in !" or star deroute into the chat in order to get access to the Google document that we use for taking notes. I keep that maintained pretty often. I still have to go back and actually add the Oriza side tomb and Hero's Grave notes, because I didn't really get the opportunity to do that while I was over at the at my client's house. I had dogs to take care of, and I got some rather cruddy sleep that I was combating the entire weekend. So, and I still really hadn't done that, because then the whole thing with my uncle happened, and that kind of more or less took the week. And plus, if I don't like something, I tend not to want to take notes about the thing I dislike. I'd rather just cut it out of my head. Like, subconsciously, that is the preference. And I realize that subconsciously, that is what my brain is doing, is rather than deal with the thing I dislike, I just forget. And I forget almost by design. And it's something I fight all the time. That said, you guys didn't come to listen to me prattle on between attempts. Let's do this again. Nope, too early. Too late there. Yep. I get the feeling I'm only going to be allowed to catch flame in most circumstances. And I just have to accept that I'm going to be here a long time. And if that is the case, then really I should just not be bothering with Flask of Cerulean Tears whatsoever. and have as much red Gatorade as I can possibly manage. We're gonna give several more attempts at this, though. I think I just have to not be greedy, and I have to work in deflects where I can. I'm a bit too slow to dodge some of these sometimes. That is incorrect. Yep. Yep, just let it die. I need to go back. I need to go back and adjust this flask total. Too many flasks and too many things on my hotbar. We no longer need that, and the Crucible Knight Kiernan is the exact same as all other Crucible Knights. So I shouldn't expect there to be anything different. And in fact, if we check the codex, if I go to the Greater Will, yes, there's no other Crucible Knight entry anywhere. So we can just take that off the bar. Let's adjust our runes, or not our spells, our flasks. Let's keep some FP just in case. And then this Wondrous Physic, which we no longer really need to be on FP. We can... Let's make this HP instead. All right, let's try this again, shall we? There, we should more or less... Yep, we're kind of back to where we were. And before we, you know, fight Kiernan, I'm glad I made the switch to this weapon art when I did. We can actually restore FP without too much trouble while we're here. And we don't even have to worry about it. We can use Catch Flame to literally catch our FP back to where it was. And while we stand in this area, our HP will just continually regenerate. It's pretty great, I have to say. And this lasts for a long time as well. It's a really nice support art. I highly recommend getting it if you're either a cleric build or you're a guide. Like you've picked guide as your base class. It's great. Absolutely fantastic. Actually, this, well, no, do I really need the max FP right now? Probably not. So that means if we adjust things, what would I even get in this slot? Extra health? Oh, you know, I know what we would do. We would have a Crimson Seed Talisman. Let's try that and see what difference that makes. Okay. Try again. I'll see you guys on the other side. Yep. Took a drink too early. Now to drink more effervescent liquids. Means they bubble, by the way. Just in case anyone was wondering what that word meant. It's like when people talk about wine being effervescent, that's what it means. It's how bubbly it is. Usually it's a flavor thing, but it can also be plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Alka-Seltzer. That is an effervescent tablet. Anyway. Let's just keep at it. Not much to do but keep going. That's bad. Yep. I tried to take a drink there, and I just couldn't. I have to learn to live with low health. Also, what I'm gonna do is force a death here, so I stop thinking about the about my death marker. Just gonna do it right now. Now it's 0, and I can just focus on the fight each time. Now, if I have to walk back, I'm gonna be upset. Yeah, I didn't jump at the right spot. Of course I would have to walk back. Cool. I can easily see Hirnan being just as many deaths, if not more, than Rykard. I really do think that he is not any, like, Hirnan has a lot more health. This is not just Crucible Knight Redux. It is Crucible Knight with different phase transitions. And it is the penultimate test of what we dealt with in the tutorial, in the very first tutorial. I'm allowed exactly one attack, and every time they hit me with the mantle or crucible spells, they regenerate a little bit. Yep. Can I deflect that? I actually cannot do enough DPS like this. Nope. I actually need another spell. This does not work in the slightest. Back to last grace. Let's look over the Crucible or the Codex entry. I need to figure out something else because this is not working. I feel like I just need to change up completely what I'm doing and not just, do it a little bit. In this case, let's go back to the Cerulean Amber Medallion, and I'll have to figure something out. Okay, so is there another melee spell I could try? I guess Blood Flame Talons? I guess I could do something like that. But I definitely am gonna have to watch my FP if I do that. I'll give it a try. I gotta cut past the FP regen is basically the problem I'm getting at, because the Crucible skills all have this thing on a Crucible Knight where when they're used they regenerate a percentage of their max HP. It is very small. It could even be a static amount, but it is noticeable. I cannot just use O Flame and expect it to work. It won't. Let's speed up this process. I'm gonna go ahead and toss down a warming stone. We have 6 in storage. We can do this. I just mainly want to, you know, not have us standing here so long between attempts. All right. Let's do this. We got at least 2 attempts in us. Too early. Yeah, just let me die. Let me die. That's fine. That attempt went too poorly. Not salvageable. See what I mean? At least 2 attempts, everybody. Yep. Thank you, Siribot. That was amazing. So, incriminating C. Promotion of your channel viewers. Ugh. Get that spam out of here. Let's see. What sort of things can I use to effectively swat away the bot?
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
And the Siribot was the polite one.
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
You tell him, Celavus. If there's any kind of snooty, snarky person I want, addressing the bots, it's Blurp. It's Celavus. That's who I want. All right, come on then. Oh, I tapped too late. Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling I just feel out of it, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling out of it or just sluggish. I mean, I am a naturally sluggish person when it comes to like Soulsborne titles. I will sit there and patiently cheese things out if that is what I feel I need to do, but I am not very good at reacting at the snap of a finger. I have a tough time with that. Too late. Oh, how did I mess that up? Yeah, just kill me. Need a break. Need a break. Come back. I'll come back and we'll, I don't feel like I've earned the shill, so I'm just gonna take my break. And when we come back, we're gonna attempt to do this some more. I feel like I need to deflect the guy to get anywhere with him, but deflecting on a dagger is asking to die. Because I can mistime it and just take counter damage instead. Yeah, if you deflect improperly, it's like you attacked while they were attacking instead. So it's just like parrying. If you parry and you just completely whiff the window, you take more damage. If you roll and you miss, you take more damage. But that said, thanks for sticking around with me up to this point. Don't blame me if this is where you tapped out. Some people are not about the constant grind. And the sheer amount of frustration that could come from it. Some people want chillaxed streams at all costs. I don't blame you. That said, gonna take a break. And when we come back, we'll continue. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And see everybody after the intermission, after the break. Thank you. I am back, folks. Sorry about that. Ready to continue that grind? Hopefully everybody has enjoyed their commercial break. Now, I do realize that I'm supposed to be providing entertainment. So, I guess let me mention a little bit more about my uncle. So, my dad has 2 brothers and a sister. He had a brother he had 2 older brothers. In fact, my dad is the youngest. Because the brother that would have been after him was buried. They basically burnt alive in a burning house. Couldn't get to him in time. His name would have been Michael, I think. If I remember the story correctly. Yeah, and his mom, my grandmother, had to bury Michael. So my dad would have been a middle child. But instead that belongs to my uncle. My dad's, like, closest brother. Well, my dad's oldest brother has been battling pancreatic cancer for a little bit and has been undergoing chemotherapy and radiation treatment in order to try to, like, tamp down the irregular growth. Well, he was admitted to the hospital a couple of days ago over, like, a swelling of the hiatal hernia, which one marker for that was increased cardiac enzyme activity, as in there were more cardiac enzymes. Certain arteries were, like, swollen and had higher pressure than normal. Things like that. He was in pain. That's what I found out. Hearing that one of your oldest uncles was admitted to the hospital on a rather sudden drop of a hat is usually not a good sign if you know they've been battling cancer. Like, did they kick the bucket? Did they die yet? We're all kind of waiting with bated breath for when that uncle does pass. I don't want him to, of course, but cancer is a disease that you just always lose. You always lose to it. It comes back to you in the end. You can put it in remission, but the cure is just not there yet. And so it is a battle that you lose. And if there is a cure, it's being reserved for, you know, the elite. The people who deserve it, quote unquote. Sucky, I know, but that's kind of what I think. There's some part of me that truly does believe in the conspiracy theory that we have the cure. It's just not being handed out to anyone because it would bankrupt the medical industry if it did. I'm sure it's more complicated than that. Because that's something my friends sometimes say in an indirect manner. And I usually chide them for it, but some part of me believes in what they're saying. After all, you hear about US presidents often battling cancer, or like a cabinet member is battling cancer and they were able to miraculously tamp it down somehow. They're being given really effective treatments that would be far too expensive for the average citizen to purchase or otherwise have hold of. That kind of thing is probably why capitalism in general is sort of doomed to fail. It rewards funneling resources toward government officials instead of being spread evenly to everybody. It's whoever can pay for it. It's whoever can recoup the resource cost first, and instead of being for general human benefit. I am not a socialist, nor am I a communist, but I'm also not a capitalist either. I'm none of those. I believe in mixed models. Some things should be owned by the government. Some things, by necessity, must not be owned by the government. And any attempts by the government to own said resource or said thing would result in the government effectively being able to bargain for people's lives or people's rights over it. It will happen. And it has happened in the past with women's suffrage. It's happened with union workers. You don't think the government might have maybe secretly wanted people to form unions and then and have the government endorse those unions and look like it's on the winning side, the right side? No. Don't believe that ploy. It's a ploy to get you to agree with your government and be more patriotic, perhaps, than you actually should be, to not question what the government does, because it's looked out for your best interest before. Why couldn't it do so again? When that kind of reasoning would be used as a ploy later for some really nebulous thing that the government has come to pass, or a specific government a specific government official would come to author a bill for or sign a bill for. It's easy when it's stuff like Roe v. Wade, where the Supreme Court more or less overturned that rule and put it back to the states. Now, no matter what you think about abortion, one way or the other, there are people who are going to propagandize that issue and use it as a means to proselytize to you, to preach to you, to sell you things, services, goods, reputation, all of it. Even if people are doing the right things, like supporting a woman's right to abortion, a right to choose, it doesn't matter if they're supporting it if they're doing it for the wrong reasons. Do one thing with one hand and stab you with another. Governments are very good at that type of thing once you allow them a foothold. Foothold into your life or you're dependent on them. Of course, if I get matrixed later, for whatever reason, I did not suicide myself, and this stream will serve as confirmation of that. Anyway, it's time to get busy on Hiernan. You're going down, good sir. Too early. Also, that's the kind of thing I should just be jumping anyway. My nose is itching like non-stop. So while we're doing these attempts, I have a question for you. I'll have to ask it after this one. So, a question. What do you think of big government? Friend, foe, or neither? Some of my friends would call the government a friend. Some of them would call them neither. Not too many of them would call it an outright foe of anything. It all depends on who holds the reins, and it's easy to say, well, what if you vote them in, right? You know, they're doing the right thing. That's the problem. There's a perspective on what's right based on who you vote in. Everyone has a different definition of that. Like, collective right versus, you know, a moral right or a human right are all different things. It's just kind of the truth of human interpretation. Some people just don't have the same collective worldview on what human rights are, and it's not really something you can institutionalize. You can. You should. I think you should. But if you do institutionalize, like, those sorts of perspectives, it becomes very easy to become set in them. Unable to change them for whatever reason. And that can be a problem. Yep. There's no outrunning that stomp. You have to jump. It's just gonna take training for me to get used to it again. Like with the other Crucible Knights, it wasn't as big of a deal if you did it correctly or not. With Hiernan, you have to do it correctly. There is no other way to do it. Yep. You might as well just stand there and learn to deflect things. That would literally make things easier on myself. Trying to do all this running around doesn't really work. And I'm fighting the disincentive to roll is what it is. Like, I think there's really only one or two things I need to roll. And that's the overhead slash. And I really have got to stop trying to attack during a sweep. Nope, kill myself. Nope, goodbye. Oh, I didn't get a choice that time. I actually can't do that. If I jump off the ledge, I have to walk back. Wow, that is rude. That is outright rude. So I have to die to Hiernan if I don't want to do this again. I don't think I have to be level 200, but I feel like I need it. Or, you know, maybe I need more power. I feel like I have to be right at level 200. It is also perfectly possible that I'm trying to fight in melee when I should be fighting at range. And I should just not be chancing getting close to Hiernan. Like, Hiernan will gap close on you. There's nothing you can do about that. But my playstyle is very much at odds with what I'm currently trying to do, and that makes fights like this difficult, where I need to learn how to be up close, because I'm not given a gap. I'm not given a gap to breathe with Hiernan. My time for that was with other Crucible Knights. Now I have to figure out the exact timings on things. Yep. I'm gonna give this like 6 more attempts. We have to be on 19 deaths right now. Yes, technically 20, but 19 real boss deaths. If I don't get it in 6, I'm gonna try a different method. Yeah, I have to pick. I cannot be. This sweep is fine, but. Nope. Run. Too late. I just feel this method is wrong. He doesn't have a shield, so I should be punishing that with a spell. This is not working for me. I need to do something else. Let's try a different method altogether. Let's just use Flame Sling. They can't bleed anyway, from what I remember. Yeah, they're straight up immune. I can make them mad, but that's not worth. I do not have the space for that, like at all. This is just gonna be a. Did I hit it with Flame Sling or not? Welcome to Raid Bosses, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching like your favorite World of Warcraft streamer or something, or like your Final Fantasy 14 streamer, and they're doing this type of stuff, they're most likely not talking with chat that much, right? Like, you're there to watch the spectacle of the raid. You're there to watch, you know, Jaina Proudmoore in what is it, Battle for Azeroth? Yeah, there's a raid that has her as a boss, and she can be rolled out of a select number of them. High Engineer Mechatork, is it? As like another. And you don't actually kill them, but you defeat them. Like, they teleport away and all that. But Jaina Proudmoore is a 3-phase fight, and if you're on Mythic, she's even got she even has extra phases and intermissions on top of that. You're watching the spectacle of that. You're not really watching the streamer for the streamer themselves. Not really. Yep, not happening. I now have very different windows in which I am allowed to attack. Skill issue. That's all that's left. I've done everything I think I can. It's literal skill issue. I just have to be better. This could be the whole night, guys. And I apologize if it is, but why did I roll that? I don't know how to deal with that. Nope. Being stupid now. I don't know what that exchange of events was. Nope. It's a great deal better, but we do not have enough cerulean flasks for this now. We have to go and get more. We have to reallocate them again. All right. So I think our correct number should be... I'd say 8 and 4. Also, there's nothing that quite like trying for madness and seeing about a bit of regen being in order. I know the approximate intervals in which I can cast a Flame of Frenzy. Allocate flasks. Let's try 8 and 4. It's not like Bestial Vitality is worth keeping up, but, you know, if we can start with it, that would be pretty good. I also can't imagine our defenses being particularly good against Hiranen if we didn't have the mitigations on from the Tree Sentinel armor. I mean, we have like around 40%, which is as much as I can reasonably have for, you know, stuff like this. I could pop a crab if I think I want to tank more of it, but I honestly don't think that should be necessary. Alright, try again. That's all there is to do. How did that miss? But that one didn't, though. I shouldn't be wondering how things are being missed. I should just be trying to beat this fight. We'll need to spend some amount of time casting this generator. Yep. That's too... This spell is too dangerous. That said, most of the frenzy spells are really dangerous. They ask you to stand there for long periods. I just don't think Hirnan's gonna give that to me. I also don't think Bestial Vitality is the right answer for this either. Let's head back and readjust our spells again. I'm not really stressing out over rune arcs or anything, because I know I've got a long way to go with Hirnan. Right. Instead of Flame Sling, let's try Frenzied Burst. For times where he's gonna just fly away in a different direction. Because Flame Sling is asking a lot. It's also very possible that, you know, nothing I do is going to make a big difference, and it's all about skill. I am willing to believe that, considering we've been trounced 23 times by Hirnan, and we figured out the hard way that jumping off the bridge means you definitely are walking back. Might even forgo the last break just so I could, like, concentrate on this. Anyone else ever have an activity they've just been uber engrossed in. This is the kind of thing I get engrossed in, is figuring out the best strategy to beat bosses like this. I'm stressed, but it's not like I don't dislike what I'm doing. I'm learning. I get stressed when in situations where I know what I'm doing, and you know, my incompetence just costs me you know, what should have been guaranteed. Yep.
Useless flesh.
Hey there, Devious Grace. Welcome, welcome. Can't really reply too much to you right now, but thank you so much for the hype and the alerts. Much appreciated. Come on. Fighting against an eagle? And I have to take the walk of shame, don't I? Good to see you, good to see you. How are you doing, Devious? Let's get a shout out for Miss Devious. They're a horror, and I do have to walk. Cool. Soul Calibur? I'm sorry to hear that you're doing poorly, Devious. Yep, they are a horror I didn't finish my sentence is what happened there. So sorry. Yes, they are got pulled over? Yikes. Hopefully it was something minor, like a fender bender or speeding or something, and not anything major. Obviously, don't talk about it if it's going to stress you out, but I'll do my best to try to make your evening a bit better. It was, but we still have a ticket. Yep. Big boss man has to make his due somehow, unfortunately. Tickets are never fun. And I've been present to my sibling having multiple tickets written. Not in a single setting, but the guy was not being very nice as well. Unfortunate. Well, at least the old saying about the police not being your friends is accurate. Yuck. Well, I'm sorry you got the ticket for what that's worth. And tickets are not cheap. And these are not box office tickets. You and I both know that. Hope to fix it this month. Good. Good. Niv, we talk. Yeah, $500 as not fun. Oof and a half. Yeah, those tickets do be expensive. If you don't mind my asking, Aniv isn't. Yes, Aniv is a small child. Small child. They just say things. They don't really know what they're saying. I'm sure this exclamation mark J. Cole is probably an emote of some kind. If I had to guess what it was learning on. It's my first redeem. Nice. Nice. Thanks for all the hype emotes. If you feel like talking about it, you know, what happened with the ticket and all, did they say you were at fault? Ah, a cat. Don't worry, I am working on getting that to have an actual audio alert for right now. Me noticing it on the camera will have to do, but in the channel points, I do have a couple of redemptions. Let's see if I can spot which ones they are. Yes, so Hydrate is now a pink blurp redemption, so that means it's actually got an audio cue with it and everything. So if I hear water pouring in a glass, I know to take a drink at some point within the next minute. Of course, if someone asks me to drink in the middle of a boss fight, I'm more likely to ask them to redeem something else, or I'll refund their points, but I am working slowly on replacing all the Twitch redemptions with blurp ones, and then I'll use the Twitch alert box for things like follows or subs. Stuff that you can't really redeem points for. Now, it's time for another boss fight, and then after that, it'll be break time. Wish me luck. I get the feeling I'm gonna need it. And I'll see you guys on the other side of this. up too early. What are you doing here, Nin? I don't know, but it bloody worked. What can I say? Except I knew that would probably happen. I spent far too many flasks on that particular fight. When did that redemption go through? It's basically had to be at right about 10. Okay. I think I'm good to take the cap off. Alright. So, as you can see, this is what I've been doing all night. I have the deaths to prove it at 25 or so. I feel pretty confident in my methods. I just need to improve them and get rid of spells that I don't think are going to particularly be any good to me here. Like, this is going to take a couple of nights to refine. When we come back, I have a bit of extra shilling I need to do, and then we can try to finish the night strong. Maybe we can get Hiernan tonight. More than likely, Hiernan will live to fight another day, as they say. As a reminder, in case anyone is being hopeful.
Now, don't get excited.
Yes, don't get too excited. This is a hard boss for a reason. It's also very possible that if we take a look at our gear, right? We have a Communion Seal +7. It's very possible that we just don't quite have enough power to defeat Hiernan. I think I can do it, but I also... The thing is that Hiernan is designed as an endgame or a near endgame boss, meaning you're meant to come back to him right around the time you start actually you consider contemplating how to fight Mohg. Like, not Mohg the Omen, but Mohg the Lord of Blood. The real Mohg. It's very possible that I'm supposed to wait until then to try to fight Hiernan, and we're just not powerful enough to deal with it yet. Now, it's break time. You guys know what that means. For those of you on Twitch, there will be a 90-second accompaniment of ads. Please feel free to get up and stretch during that. Nobody likes ads. I don't either. Of course, if you're subscribed with tier 1 or better, then, well, you don't have ads to deal with. Thanks for purchasing that anyway. And as for the rest of you, it should be a rather uneventful 5 minutes. Thank you guys so much for watching up to this point. Thanks for all the hype, love, emotes, interaction, all that fun stuff. And with that, I will see you guys after this 5-minute commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I trust everybody has been enjoying their commercial break. Again, thank you to everybody. Thank you again, Devious, for watching and, giving all that hype. Much appreciated. If you guys like the content, you already know what to do, of course. Smash that like button. Hit that follow button. Hit that subscribe button if you're on YouTube. All that fun stuff. However, if you want to go the extra mile, think I deserve it for some reason, or you just feel like being in the spirit of giving, I do have quite a few levers for people to push. For those of you on YouTube, your best course of action is to check the description and look for either Patreon or Coffee. I do check those with some amount of regularity. So if you donate there or subscribe for the Retainers tier or Senators tier, I can give you your benefits and all that fun stuff. For those of you on Twitch, Of course, you have your Prime Gaming. If you have Amazon Prime, you have Prime Gaming for free. You can use that here. It'll give you all of the advantages with the exception of ad block. Or rather, other than the ad blocks, it gives you the same perks as being at tier 1. It's called the 0.5 tier, or the Senator's Aid tier, as far as I'm concerned. It gets you everything but the ad block, and it gives you the ability to vote on things just like a tier 1 subscription does. Gets you double channel points, just like a tier 1 subscription does. The only real thing that a tier 1 would get you over anything else is the ad block. But I still stand by tier 1 being the best bang for your buck. Tier 1 also I was about to say there's one other thing. Tier 1 is if you want to collaborate with me on something, it has to be a game in my library, as I really cannot afford to purchase anything. Not unless it's a piece of hardware or software I've already got lined up for us. But if you're wanting to go through the effort of say, I'd like to play Elden Ring Reforged with you, I'll show you what to do in order to be able to play it. You and I will set up a seamless co-op, and we could do that sometime. It is otherwise known as the collab tier. You pay me $5, and I will collab on just about anything. Yeah, I know. Gotta get my mitts all nice and grubby for money, but everybody does. Absolutely everybody. Tier 2 and Tier 3 are the thank me tiers. There's nothing really special about them. I love Calligraphy Inc.'s work with the emotes, and I would recommend them, and I recommend the price for them. They're worth that price. They're high quality emotes, but the tier itself is not. The tier on which they're placed is not worth. It's not worth $9.99, $24.99. I appreciate your generosity, but the best bang for your buck is tier 1. No ads. You get to collab with me. You get to vote on everything. I realize I'm naming these tiers and describing their benefits separately, but please know that the benefits are cumulative. If you have the ability to collaborate with me, you also have the ability to vote on things I play. You have access to the Discord and the private channels that come with that. You have the ability, you have double channel point generation. Given a man of my position, there's really so many benefits I can give you, of course. But I think I've given everything and assigned it at a reasonable value compared to what other streamers may have assigned it. I think it's cheap. It's cheaper to get the benefits that most others would ask a tier 2 sub for to make happen. Of course, and you also have bits, tips, donations, and other things on Twitch and on YouTube if you navigate over here to Twitch, but please know that that's not required. Your presence is always enough for me here. I'll do this until I literally die or can't do it anymore. And you guys will know when, more or less, if that ever comes to pass, but your presence is enough for me. You don't need to financially help me out. You don't even have to help me out for free. That's kind of how it goes in this business. You expect nothing of your audience. Not because you don't think they would give, but because they shouldn't have to. Because it should be of your own free will, whether you give or not. That kind of thing. I think I can get 2 hits if I stand from maybe about here. Oh, that's a dirty trick, Kiernan, and you know it. Yep, dead. At that point, I think Flame of Frenzy is kind of unsafe. But if that's the case, I need a faster spell. And I didn't mean to go back to the stake, but that's fine. Oh well. Gotta keep going. All right, over here. Really? I really don't know. I really don't know. Like which... I don't know how to dodge that. I can't run that. And the pathway is too narrow to strafe around it. Alright. Don't need that. That's just one less bit of cycling I have to do. Fortunate Sage. I think Sage is quite honestly the best one we have access to. Because we're not a sorcerer, so we're not... Or rather, I should say we're not really interested in glintstone sorceries, or I would consider sorcerer here. Since we're not, though. Yeah, as a reminder, since it is kind of like the bottom of the hour, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. This is a Vanilla Plus overhaul of Elden Ring, made by Team Reforged, spearheaded by Kirnifr, seconded by Vidian, and we have the rest of the crew, Hannah Love, Poe Concept, and Kavu for like modeling, texturing, and map testing and stuff like that. Like small quality edits here and there. Nothing too big. I think we're let's see, we have let's get some extra stats for these. Probably last few attempts. If you guys want to know more information about the mod, because there are far too many changes, at least 13,000. I did not want to do that, but whatever. We can use Catch Flame to fix that. You can type in exclamation mark or star ERR into the respective chats. ERRW or ERRD if you'd like to know more information. Additionally, you can also type in exclamation mark or star CR to bring up a list of the challenge run commands that are there. Let me be careful. debuild and deroute are the two most important ones. One gives you a good idea of what kind of build or approach we're taking to Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only. The other is a route document for all of our note taking and stuff like that. Play around the commands. You can also type in exclamation mark or star commands if you would like to know more about our commands in general. Dead. Okay, well, I feel pretty confident that our spell selection is correct. I just need to space out my FP and HP flasks better. And I don't feel quite so strained on resources, so I do think the rune arcs are a requirement more than anything. Oh, no, it's fine. Nope. Too late. Oh, I messed that up big time. Yep. I needed to not make errors during that fight. I definitely needed to not make errors during that fight. Every time I was a little slow on the draw, I suffered for it. Of course, in the future, what I'll probably do is just go ahead and grind the rune arcs off camera, but no. Yep, too late. Come on, Hiernan. Gotta keep going. Nothing else, nothing left to do but this. And you know what? This amount of struggle for an endgame boss that I may not be fully prepared for makes a lot of sense. It really does. I am under no illusion. I'm under some amount of hope that I'll, be able to get this done tonight. But 12 minutes to make maybe 2 attempts happen, not very likely. I would not recommend doing what I'm doing for this boss. I would utterly recommend waiting until endgame like you're supposed to. I just thought I would try to attempt Tiernan at this point to see if we could get it accomplished. And I think we can, but even if we do, I think we should move it up later anyway. Because we need more damage, I think is what I'm trying to say here. What? Dad. That was the wrong time to take a drink. Wrong time. If at first you don't succeed, try again many times. That is the mantra of Elden Ring. Reforged or not, if at first you don't succeed... Did I just lose a rune arc here, or what? Alright, I guess we're operating on a tighter window for these things. That's okay, I will spend a couple of hours doing this, so I don't bore people to death. But for the real run, I, of course, okay, that is a terrible time to cast. Oh, I didn't... Okay, that's fine. We can do it. We can do things this way, Sir Hiernan. It is amazing. What kind of hitbox? Like, it's amazing. You think you would know after hundreds of hours of play exactly how an attack might strike you which way. If I've had this happen to me before, where I will you know, I'll be taking an overhead strike and I know I'm gonna take it, but I'm expecting to be beaten down, but I'm beaten back as well. Not unexpected, I just didn't expect it. Or I'll get hit with a left swinging strike, but bounce right instead of left because I hit the back of the blade at the exact second where the hurt boxes hit boxes manifested into my hurt box. I know, technical terms, I know, but it's that type of thing always throws you for a loop, because you knew what you were expecting, but you didn't expect that particular interaction of hitboxes to go that way, to do that. Oh, video games, am I right? Complicated things that take a while to engineer properly. Yep. My rhythm just felt off right there. I think I could do it if given enough time. But I'm not sure doing Hiernan now is worth the time spent, the level of perfect play required, when an extra 20, 30 points of spell scaling from a +8 would give us what we need to beat Kirnifr. Not handily, but more manageably. I have to... Okay, so we figured out a couple of things. So the shoulder tackles have to be rolled into and slightly to the left or right. I didn't mean to go back to the site of grace. Since nobody is here, or rather I don't think anybody is lurking here. Yeah. I'll just go ahead and do the usual wrap up and we can be about our business. So, some things for tomorrow. I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow and Sunday as makeup for what happened with Wednesday and Thursday. I think that's reasonable. However, those streams get to occur at a time that is reasonable for me because it's the weekend and I have already agreed to go hang out with some friends at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So this stream will likely be sometime in the afternoon, or maybe close to noon if I'm being quite honest. I'm thinking around 12. 11, 12, 1, somewhere along those lines. Because I would like to get some more attempts at Kirnifr. I think we can do it. It's really hard. It's incredibly hard. One single mistake. Oh, not one single mistake. That's me being emphatic. Mistake here, mistake there. It all adds up. The mistakes add up, I guess is what I should say. If I had to drink flasks before I'm supposed to, that's a problem. Or if I don't get a certain number of perfect casts in, and that forced me to have to use catch flame or use a different spell. If I don't toggle the spell if I don't toggle spells or cycle through spells while I'm also running, and, you know, stretch my thumb in ways it's not used to, I'm not beating this boss. That's all there is to it. There's just a lot of perfect play patterns that are required. And of course, you know, the golden rule of Elden Ring and Soulsborne's is you can do anything if you can take a +10 straight sword or you know, a +0 bare fists and fight these bosses. If you can do that, you can do anything in these games. I'm sure I'll get to that point eventually, but now is not that time. So, for those of you on YouTube, thank you so much. You can go ahead and hop off here. I don't really have anything I could give you in terms of, like, people to go watch. So, I'm just gonna let you go. I mean, you could let yourselves go, but you know what I mean. Thank you guys so much. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves, and I'll most likely see you tomorrow at some unspecified time. I'll try to put it on the calendar if at all possible. I'll also try to move a scheduled stream to when I think I might stream, but please don't take that at face value. Join the Discord. Sign up for the Google Calendar. Sync it to your phone. That way you don't miss out. But my name is Coinstamp or Swirling Vortex or Steven. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome here anytime on YouTube. And goodbye. For those of you on Twitch, I do have a couple of shout-outs that I'm going to give out. We already shouted out Devious Grace tonight. Go check them out. They're a horror survival streamer. It's the best way I know to put it. Hang on, who's this? Okay. Professor Lazy, huh? If you guys like MMOs, we were talking about some of that today. Check out Natalia. She streams World of Warcraft. She's currently streaming Elder Scrolls Online, actually, at the moment, but she does play World of Warcraft. She also plays RPGs. She streams them a lot. She's definitely worth the follow. Go check her out. And then, as for... if you guys like Soulsborne content and want to see more of it, I recommend Squillakilla. He's part of Team Hitless. He has been streaming lots of things lately, but he has been parked at Dark Souls 3 Archthrones. He's playing through the demo of that. It's a really good mod for Dark Souls 3. I didn't... honestly, after Convergence, I kind of thought people had sort of let that go, like that game. But, hey, maybe Archthrones were already in production at about the same time that, you know, Convergence was being produced, and it just took longer. Who knows? But go check him out. He's also a fitness streamer sometimes. He also shares his expertise on health and nutrition. He's part of a ongoing deal with HelloFresh, I think it is. He may still be sponsored through them, not 100% sure, but go check him out. Streams are usually pretty relaxed otherwise. And before we go, I have one thing that I want you to know.
Let's give him a squeeze.
Hold on. I want to make this louder for the people in the back. There's one thing I want y'all to go do to your favorite boss, Crucible Knight Hiernan.
Let's give him a squeeze.
With your teeth nice and tight. Don't let go. And then, when you've got him on the ropes, you rip his throat out. Video game character, kids. Don't tell your parents that I said that thinking that I said this in relation to a person. I did not. It's a boss. Rip, tear, and shred. Anyway, don't think there's anything else I could say. You guys know all that algorithmic Twitch, YouTube stuff to deal with, and with that, do it if you want to. Otherwise, I'll be here anyway. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. This has been some more Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only, Elden Ring Reforged, routing. And with that, take care of yourselves, stay safe out there. You're welcome anytime. And with that, goodbye.